Good morning, everybody. So we do have some interesting price action hitting the crypto market this morning. We have Bitcoin, Ethereum under pressure. I love to see that. Starting with Bitcoin's daily chart here. Bitcoin having that impulsive candle on Friday and getting absolutely bludgeoned and sold into over the last three trading sessions. 1, 2, 3 daily chart moves to the downside, coming back into your EMA 113 on the daily chart. There is some support lying around a Pierce of 110. There could be a minor bounce, but Bitcoin's into some troublesome price action. Why do I say that? Well, this is now giving us a potential lower low. We haven't closed the daily chart. There's still about 10 hours left for crypto, for specifically Bitcoin, to give us a lower low. So the question is, will BTC give us a lower low? So that's what I'm watching for in the next 10 hours for crypto. If that does, obviously that is pretty bearish in my opinion. Ethereum running into a little bit of resistance, but holding up much better than Bitcoin, surprisingly. Ethereum did sweep and make new all-time highs on Friday after the market closed, and now it is seeing a little bit of distribution here on the weekly chart, down about 2.88% on the session, trying to balance a little bit. There's obviously a little bit more buying pressure under ETH since you have every little company, meme stock company, transitioning into a treasury play. Do, 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 do. Oh, let's see what else we got shaking and moving this morning. I don't know why I'm having all right. YouTube, you guys can hear me okay? So yesterday for or last week for perfect. Thank you, mindfulness. Last week we were pretty active across the board. We closed out a lot of long positions, different positions across the table. We still have some long exposure on the table in a variety of individual names, but in terms of the major indices, we have no long trades on the major indices at the moment. You look at names like Open, they've had some phenomenal moves back to the high side, getting absolutely crazy, crazy extended here. And I still think that this is a name that's probably going to have an epic free fall. Maybe it can push a little bit higher, sweep that liquidity a little bit more, but it's down sharply. I mean, you were up in the overnight market quite substantially. I think it was up over 30% at one point, and you can see it's now coming in pretty sharply in the pre-market. Let me just turn on some of our prior days, and we'll remove these ATRs so we can See a little bit clearer. But coming in pretty sharply off of the highs there for that ticker open. We do have some movement on Wayfair. Wayfair gapping to the downside right now, losing that 20-day moving average. Not a good sign. Not a good sign in my opinion. I would really only consider trading this on the long side if we got a move into this gap fill. 65 bucks, give or take a few pennies. PLTR seeing a little bit of distribution, so you all know I closed out my PLTR commons on Friday off of that big market pump. You can see PLTR is now running into a little bit of resistance. This massive volume zone, that epic volume shelf, should see a little bit of resistance. It's going to need a little bit of consolidation in my opinion. I think that PLTR can still retest this EMA 113, but obviously it's going to take a market sell to really see some distribution. So we'll see if that one wants to see a little bit more downside price action. Another day where China stocks, Baidu, guys, absolutely flying to the high side. Alibaba, BABA, pushing to the upside. We have been pounding the table on these names, and I still think that there's more upside, especially into 2026. PDD did report earnings, so Pinduoduo right now under a little bit of pressure in the near term. Let's see what else we have. OLPX. This name's gapping up to the high side just a little bit. VF.A, Brown Foreman, seeing a little bit of liquidity to the upside. Nothing to do there. FIVN. Not doing too much there. Let's look at Okta. Okta seeing a little bit of volume here in the pre-market. Yeah, Okta's trying to push up here. Not a bad level to try to scalp on the long side. You have a pretty defined risk. Okta, if Okta can get through this trend line on a closing basis or even on a weekly basis, you have potentially a little bit of a near-term daily chart breakout. So that one's not looking too bad in my opinion. OKTA certainly shaping up for a potential continuation move to the upside. So that's looking pretty decent in my opinion. Alright, let's see what else we got shaking and moving. A little bit of distribution in your QQQ mega caps today. Obviously this week we have the ever so important Nvidia earnings. Nvidia is probably going to post a beat on their top and bottom line, but it really matters about the reaction. Are they too expensive? Nvidia is the backbone of this market, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens here, guys. Very interesting. Let's look at AMD. AMD under a little bit of pressure itself. Let's look at UNH. UNH still surging, trying to push outside of this breakout trend line. Looking pretty good in my opinion. CNC. CNC still trying to push. Let's look at crude oil and some commodities here. Nat gas, sorry, WTI crude continuing to push to the upside. Energy still looking decent. Today's a day, guys, where I think there's a day trade long on nat gas. Nat gas down about 0.6%. It is trying to firm up off of these lows. As you can see, we're bouncing and holding some intraday higher lows. So I think there's a long trade setting up here for nat gas. I could see this asset going positive with the energy complex today. Okay, but nat gas getting very, very close to a potential swing trade long. Very, very close in my opinion. So today hood is falling down a little bit on the overall chart. Still looking distributive. Still a tough name to short. Hasn't given me that epic signal yet. What else we got moving here? Microsoft down again, going through continuous distribution here. Really can't get any sort of a bid off of this 50-day moving average, you have to favor that it's probably going to catch a bid, but obviously we'll see what happens with earnings. HIMS is down a little bit in the pre-market, down by about 0.94%. Marvell's flat, Snap's a little bit weak. Snowflake is still slightly green on the tape. VKTX still going through a little bit of distribution down here. Nice continuation on SMR. SMR continuing to push up. What is uranium doing? Uranium is still trying to push up itself. Let's look at Oklo. Oklo is another one that's still trying to push to the upside. So you're seeing some strength continuation in nuclear names. TJX, I'm looking at still trimming the rest of my TJX short position, guys. This is a day trade short on that Thursday pop there. Sorry, on this Wednesday pop. And we're still looking to press that one a little bit lower. Okay. GDX, slightly negative. I did a really deep dive into gold. I suggest people look at that gold analysis that I did. I think it's very, very helpful. There's a lot that I cover. There's about 5 different topics and analyzing points that I discuss in gold, but that's a very, very thorough analysis. So I won't go too much into it right now. Let's see what else we got going. Apple's slightly negative here in the pre-market. Google continuing to show some strength. Meta's under pressure. Amazon seeing a little bit of distribution. Tesla seeing a little bit of distribution. Today you have the Dixie catching a small pop on the home data that we received. The housing data. We did get building permits came in a little bit hotter than expected, which has spiked the 2 and 10-year yield just ever so slightly. Obviously, the 10 and 2 saw a pretty drastic collapse on Friday on the back of Powell, but nevertheless, 10 and 2 getting a small pop, Dixie getting a small pop. And what's really going to be interesting too is around that 10 o'clock time frame. What do the rest of the housing data come out? Does that continue to show that the new home sales are trending in the right direction? Do they come in hotter? Can they spike rates a little bit more today? We will certainly find out. Let's see what BMNR is doing because ETH is under a lot of pressure here. So this is probably going to see a downside fall, BMNR. I'm suspecting that. Lennar continuing to push to the upside here. I think there might be a short trade on Lennar this week. A scalp short, especially on this housing data. If we get a pop on this housing data today at 10 a.m. on Lennar, I think there's a nice short scalp opportunity, in my opinion. Alright, I'm just scrolling through the master list to see if there's any other trading opportunities. Again, I think this week might be an interesting week for the major indices. We'll see if, especially since NVIDIA, I mean, NVIDIA earnings, I think we could be fairly muted until we get NVIDIA earnings, which is Wednesday, so midweek. So not looking for too drastic moves in the major indices, but you never know. Maybe there's some de-risking, but obviously the bigger move will happen on the back half of the week, in my opinion, on NVIDIA earnings. Solar stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Oracle under a little bit of pressure. Celsius under some pressure. A little bit of red across the board in the general market today. Let's see what else we got. Jumia, Albemarle Marley, GameStop, SMCI. Seeing a little bit of distribution down here. Archer Aviation. Here's TPST. So this chart looks like it's poised and ready for a continuation this week. TPST, it's a high flyer squeezer, but it looks like TPST could have a bit of a squeeze event into this upper resistance pivot. We'll certainly watch that one for a momentum bid. Rivian under a little bit of pressure. Wow, look at NIO, guys. So on Friday, NIO absolutely just demolished me on the short side. $6 puts went worthless, and basically it's up again another 5%. This is pretty extraordinary. I mean, now you're hitting weekly chart resistance. This is an even better level to short NIO at. But wow, I mean, it burned me on Friday, and I was a little upset about that because I thought that it was certainly going to come back into that $6 area. But I mean, now you have one, two, three, four, and now a fifth impulse daily candle right into a weekly chart resistance. That's pretty epic. Now, the only thing I don't like about shorting China is you do have some China strength on the back of Baba, Baidu, etc. But we took profits on our XPEV, and XPEV is not performing like NIO. So maybe XPEV is kind of signaling to us that NIO should come in a little bit today. So I'm probably going to take another stab on the short side of this name, but it would have to hit, call it 660, 668. I would have to wait for it to hit there, which we're not that far away. But how I might trade this now is with just common shares. I think that's the safer bet. I mean, I could easily see us going back down to $6 still, so $6 puts probably are a high risk, high reward opportunity for the end of the week. It could certainly do that move, but seeing some epic strength, I might just look at common shares short. Wow, this name CGTX pumping to the high side. Look at this name. Also another interesting therapeutic play that is just absolutely moonshotting to the upside here. And really your first resistance gets into these previous pivots here around 349. That one is absolutely moving to the upside right now. Phenomenal, phenomenal move. Fubo down, airlines down, transports. So your transports IYT are getting hit really hard today. And that's part and parcel due to the fact that oil is trying to make a little bit of a move here. Intel catching another little bid. PayPal not doing too much. Silver this morning is seeing a little bit of distribution. Humana down by about 1.75%. That name's struggling on the session. Lululemon seeing a little bit of backing and filling today. AEO, American Eagle, seems like the Sydney Sweeney momentum is starting to wane and run out. That's under a little bit of pressure this morning, down by about 4%. RKT also down a little bit. Space stocks are kind of mixed across the board. All right, let's look at the S&P 500 here. We're going to go intraday. So you can see on the 15-minute chart, we're still pretty stretched from our key moving averages. All right, I'm just going to grab some more coffee, guys, and then we will settle in here. So I think Open is setting up for a nice short. I do think certain marijuana companies are still a short. Um, I think Nat Gas is looking at a long trade this morning. So I'm really watching Open, Nat Gas, S&P 500. I'm not looking really to do anything major off of the Open on it. I want to see how it settles out here. That's really the big thing that I'm watching. So we have to open in about 5 minutes. So we'll keep that S&P up. Again, this is a scenario where we're probably just going to be managing this week a lot of our swing trades. I'd be surprised if we get a big move in the major indices. The liquidity move will probably be waiting for Nvidia. So Ethereum's still down about 2.5% here, guys. So it's trying to make a little bit of a comeback. BTC also trying to make a bit of a comeback. It's going to be important to watch what crude oil does this week. WTI crude is continuing to show its ferocious strength here, guys. So crude oil really making a move. Coming into your daily chart 20 moving average. It's going to be an interesting area to see what happens here for crude, but does look like crude maybe wants to retest this little bit of a bearish breakdown zone, kind of around 66.40 and change. We look at XOM, that had a really stunning move. Valero had a really stunning move. Rig, really stunning move back to the high side. Let's look at Oxy. Oxy still showing some strength. XLE still showing some strength, but crude oil, again, this is definitely market moving, this commodity. Still in a very, very cheap and depressed zone. But if this starts to move up, you're going to see some continuation weakness in the market. I think you'll see a lot of the Dow components break down. I think you'll see more weakness in your transports, which is already what we're kind of seeing today. I mean, we look at Dow Jones Transports, and they had a really, really big move to the upside. But today you have your IYT down pretty sharply on the session. Markets are set to open here. Let's keep our eye on this high flyer OPEN. Markets are open. Let's see what we're about to get. Open is catching a bid. SPY still a little bit depressed here. Nat gas still under a little bit of pressure. We're seeing Mara down 2, Palantir down 2.27, Intel soaring, NIO still ripping to the upside, guys. NIO is into a short level. What a move on NIO. I mean, it's just remarkable price action. Tesla's gone green, Open still trying to push. Snowflake doing quite well. SMR still doing well. NIO coming in hard. SPY seeing more distribution. Look at that S&P 500 fall. It is starting to get a little bit heavier here. I would trade SPY on the long side right around this cluster of MAs. So 641 Pierce, I would consider taking SPY long. Look at the decline in NIO, guys. NIO really starting to come in again. Wow, what a reversal off that 668 weekly moving average. That's a nasty reversal. Look at Roblox today. That name is pumping to the high side. Oh my, oh my, oh my. China stocks are still doing well. XPEV's gone negative. Let's look at BABA. BABA still continuing. SoFi still seeing a little bit of strength here. See, open again. Opens back to the green side. Palantir getting absolutely smoked here, guys. PLTR coming in hard yet again. Huge rejection on a beast. Look at that. We might... Good thing we exit on Friday. We might get an entry right back at our zone here. We might get another entry. That is beautiful to see. I like that a lot. IWM still seeing a little bit of distribution. BM&R down 4.5. SBET down. Snapchat slightly negative. Palantir coming in hard, really hard still on PLTR. Nasty reversal in NIO. It's now going negative on the tape. Briefly went negative there. Briefly. HIMS is seeing some distribution right now. So the markets are certainly under pressure. IWM still seeing a little bit more distribution. Right now the Qs are underperforming all major indices. So QQQ underperforming in a really large way. You can see we're still waiting on a reversal from open. This is very, very strong to the upside. Managing to hold steady with Palantir almost down 5% now, guys. PLTR getting smoked. Look at that. Almost coming right back to our entry zone where we traded and made a nice amount of profits. Good thing we sold on Friday. We trimmed a whole bunch of longs on Friday, and that's proving to be a really, really good decision in the near term. But wow, what an absolutely filthy, filthy decline on Palantir. Again, SPY around these clusters, 641 Pierce, I would consider taking it on the long side. Yeah, Neo, nice reversal, absolutely. NIO, really strong reversal. That was a short level off 668. Let's look at some of these other high flyers here. ASST, still pushing to the upside. Let's look at ETH. ETH is seeing a little bit of distribution here. SPY is trying to catch a small bid. Run is down sharply. Big Bear AI down. VKTX down. What else we got? Microsoft still down. Marvell slightly negative. UNH has gone negative in the pre-market, guys. So, all right, now you're seeing some pretty decent top wick distribution on open, guys. Watch out. This could have a pretty harsh fall to the downside. Open could have a really, really big move to the downside. IWM still looking heavy. What else we got moving? NIO back to the green side. CAPS up 83%. Oof. Crazy Palantir trying to bounce. Look at the reversal on open, guys. Look at the reversal. That is a filthy move. That is a filthy move. SPY is catching a minor little bid. Robinhood down slightly. Roblox is still trying to extend here. A lot of red on the screen today, guys. A lot of red. Just from what I'm seeing. Wow. There's quite a bit. Quite a bit. The Dixie is softening a little bit here. Nvidia down 0.4. IWM down 0.4. IWM is the worst performing indice right now. All mega caps are red except for Google. Google's remaining a little bit firm. Netflix remaining firm. Open's trying to shake a little bit of the bears out. SoFi's gone negative after being positive. We are still seeing some distribution hitting the tape here, guys. PDD still up 2%. Wow, Roblox is a beast. I don't know if there was news on Roblox. I didn't really check, but Open is now down 1.8%, guys. So we are seeing that name coming under a little bit of pressure here. Just a little bit. IWM still a little bit weaker on the tape. SPY's trying to get a buy the dip program here. We'll see if Palantir can shake off some of this weakness. It's likely going to get a big bid here. But definitely still weak on the tape. Still watching natural gas for long. I am really watching it. Tesla at the moment is still trying to move. First Solar's down. So there is some news there that's hitting Tesla. Trying to make a pop to the high side. Look at Open. Open's resilient. Pushing. SPY's pushing. Open back up 3% on the tape. Natural gas is trying to go green. Look at Open, guys. Big push. I'm looking at shorting Open, guys. S&P still trying to push. Intel's still green, opens up 4.5. Big punch through on OPEN. All right, guys, I am taking some high risk put options. $5 puts end of week. Just filled at 69 cents on open. So one trade on the docket for me, day trade. Again, size is appropriate. It's a high flyer. It's a very, very strong high flyer. Nat gas looking a little bit more constructive. SPY's trying to stabilize. They're still trying to squeeze open to the high side. Roblox still up 7%. BABA still up 2 over 2. Nat gas is curling slightly higher. IWM's trying to take another trip to the basement. BMNR still down 3.5. Palantir down 4.3. PDD still up over 3. Nvidia down 0.6. Intel getting slightly faded. NIO back up 1.26%. Nvidia really starting to curl down here. Keep those nat gas stocks on watch, guys. Keep them on watch. Anonymous saying KDP, Dr. Pepper, down sharply. Yep. Yeah, it is. Natural gas curling to the upside, trying to go green, guys. Trying to go green. Dixie is softening a little bit, so that could be beneficial for the markets. Look at open. Open's getting heavier here, guys. Come on, take us to $5. If we hit $5 on open, I'm going to be trimming half of my puts and moving stop loss to break even. I was patient with this one this morning. That one's coming in nicely. Beautiful decline. Beautiful. SPY's still hanging in there. SBET down 5. ONDS still up 4.6. SoFi getting slightly faded. Come on down, open. It's your time to shine. Bitcoin getting a little heavier here. ETH almost down 3%, also getting a little bit heavier here. Come on, open. Go negative again. Go negative, open. Take us. Pay us. Get these $5 puts in the money. Come on. Retesting prior day high. There is some support there. Come on, we should break it. Give us a break. Look at Open's chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 hourly candles in a row. 13 hourly green candles in a row. Filthy. Looking at crude oil, continuing to spike. Looking at natural gas, going green on the tape, guys. Looking pretty good in the natural gas space right now. Let's see a couple things. Still super depressed natural gas. It has a lot of room to bounce if it does want to. Excuse me. Open coming down. Give us the pay us. Come on. Pay us. Pay us. $5 puts are almost in the money, guys. Almost. Bit is still looking heavy. SPY coming down. IWM just printed new lows, guys. Tesla down 1.22%. We exited our Tesla calls on Friday. I tried pounding the table on trimming into the strength, and that's what we did on Friday. And right now we are seeing the markets under quite a bit of distribution. There's still some pockets of strength in individual names, but the prudent thing to do was to definitely trim. Come on, open. You're so stubborn. You just don't want to come down, eh? Palantir now down 5.32%. It's looking like one of those days where if these stocks stay heavy, I mean, Nvidia's bouncy right now, but it's looking like there could be a bit of a bloodbath in the market. It's just shaping out. It's got one of those looks to it that things are looking a little bit heavy across the board. A lot of the leaders are starting to see some heavy price action to the downside. Come on, open. Take our puts green. Yields are still green. Gold seeing some distribution. Crude oil up 1.6. Bitcoin down 2.3. IWM down 0.57. Nvidia down. Microsoft down. Apple, Google green on the tape. Amazon slightly negative down by 0.46. Meta down by 0.26. Tesla down by 1.25. Home builders under a lot of pressure. Ethereum continuously seeing some distribution down, guys. ETH looks like it wants to test these lows, in my opinion. No bid yet on really Palantir. That's still down sharply. Imagine Palantir sweeps those lows. So Palantir is now into an area, guys, where we started accumulating those swing trade long shares. So I'm very interested in scooping up Palantir, but it needs to go a little lower. Not yet. Not yet. TJX, I'm still holding some runners short from that day trade. So TJX is sweeping that epic reversal pivot. It looks like it wants gap fill. TJX hits this gap fill around 135 Pierce. That is a cover zone for me for the remaining half of that position. HIMS is getting certainly hit to the downside today. Nasty decline, to say the least. Your nat gas stocks are holding strength. Energy's holding strength. Snowflake's gone red. SMR, which was green, has now gone red. So you are seeing quite a bit of nasty reversals in this market. You look at the IWM, and the IWM is also looking pretty heavy here, guys. It's not looking too good right now. Come on down, IWM. Come on down, open. Open is still looking heavy. There's $5 puts in the money, guys. I haven't trimmed yet, but I'm close to taking my first trim. Come on. Retest that OR low. A little bit lower. SPY's trying to stabilize, catching a bit of a bid here. Nat gas is positive. Oil's ripping. So energy complex is very, very strong today. The Dixie is softening quite a bit here, guys. The US dollar index is softening. So that could bode why the markets are trying to bounce a little bit. Let's look at crude again. Crude's still staying firm, guys. That's a bit of a problem, in my opinion. Crude oil is still staying very, very firm on the tape. Open trying to bounce off of psychological $5 level. Canopy growth doing quite well today. MSOS green. So your marijuana is seeing some flow. And typically when marijuana stocks catch bids, you often see the market continuously come under pressure. NIO still up 2. Intel's gone negative. Palantir's still sucking on the day. What's this OPAD stock? Wow. Up 51%. Oof. It's a tough one to really do anything on. Weekly 50 moving average on OPAD. So there is some weekly chart resistance, but that daily chart scares me. I mean, there's not really much resistance until you get to this 254 prior pivot. So tough name to really do anything with. Nvidia is still trying to bounce, stabilizing here. SPY's still looking somewhat heavy in this region. So we are still coming in. Crude still remaining firm. IWM looking like it wants new lows. IWM down 0.5%. Are we going to hit down 1% on the Russell, guys? It's looking like there's a strong chance of that. Nat gas stocks are still trying to firm up here. Palantir's still getting hit. Wow, what a dump on Palantir today. That is filthy. Natural gas making a move to the high side, now up 0.32%. Open getting a really big bounce. We also closed out our AMD at the highs here on Friday for a loss the day trade. So that's proving to be a good exit, kind of negating this initial decline. But big bounce on open. Take a look at Nat Gas, guys. It is starting to firm up here. Names like AR starting to make a peekaboo breakout. EQT starting to move to the upside. RRC. Some of these names are looking a little bit better. Let's look at Devon Energy. Look at Devon Energy flying to the high side, looking for a high pivot breakout from Friday. Things are looking pretty juicy here. XOM, high of day. Energy's certainly trending and rallying. Let's look at OKE. Look at that. Energy stocks are ripping to the upside today, guys. Really, really strong price action in the energy market, to say the least. So SPY's still trying to stabilize a little bit here. Palantir catching a bit of a bid. Qs are trying to catch a bit of a bid. Anonymous saying STZ, so Constellation Brands, testing some long time logarithmic channels, stressing me out. Let's look at STZ. STZ, Constellation Brands, down 2.13. Yeah, this is weak on the tape. The whole kind of consumer beverage market is weak, with Dr. Pepper, Keurig down, Celsius, Monster. So the whole complex is just naturally weak today. go to the monthly chart for you. And again, the thing about long-term trend lines, right? You're looking at a trend line going all the way back to December of 1988. That is a monthly chart trend. Monthly chart patterns don't typically turn around on a daily pattern. It takes a long time for that to play out, right? It's a monthly pattern, so you got to give it quite a bit of time. Even that's why trading options on the monthly chart, people expect, you know, when we hit a big support level that you're going to get this instantaneous bounce, but it often doesn't work out that way. It takes several days to weeks of backing and filling. You're looking on the log chart. Jeez, my screen's not even big enough here. I gotta... $19.88? Holy, yeah, 1988. Look at these low pivots down here. That is crazy, eh? Is that kind of the trend lines? You never trust monthly charts? I trust monthly charts. Monthly charts are great used for investors, not for trade. For traders, I mean, you can get a pretty big bounce off that, but I do like monthly charts. I look at them all the time. You have to respect the long term. It just takes a little longer, right? As traders, we want things to play out instantaneously, but monthly charts you have to look at. They are really superior and often, but the problem with this chart here is anonymous. So I see this on my chart. You haven't really tagged that logarithmic trend line yet, just from what I'm viewing. I mean, if you're wanting to draw it through those pivots, I mean, you technically haven't tagged it yet. So this stock, STZ, could still go a little bit lower. You know, you could still go to, call it 150, 147. But yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's look back at SPY here. I'll readjust these positions. So bounce a little bit here. Nvidia has seen a huge bounce. Nvidia is actually green now on the tape, guys. So really sizable bid for Nvidia. Pushing back to the high side. Very, very strong move. Yeah, log charts are tricky. Log charts are tricky. All right, so we are seeing the markets trying to stabilize. Palantir getting a sizable bid. Bitcoin getting a sizable bid. The markets are acting quite well. Big push in the IWM. NEO's green. Palantir only down about 3.7 now. PDD still shaking. Tesla's still negative but firming up off of the lows. So things are looking a little bit better. A little bit better price action. Nvidia going for prior day high, ripping to the upside here. So Nvidia is trying to put the market back on its back. and pushing to the upside. Big push. Ram saying sold all of his 634 SPY calls holding since Thursday as markets are preparing for Nvidia. Yeah, nice trade there. Yeah, I exited all my calls on the indices on Friday off that massive move. It was a massive move. Definitely was. Look at Nvidia ripping and roaring here. Ethereum. Let's look at Apple real quick. That's trying to firm up. Microsoft. Some liquidity is getting pumped back into your mega cap tech. AMD really lagging a little bit, trying to catch a bounce. SOX still struggling on the tape, but SMH is definitely performing a little bit better since it's more concentrated in Nvidia. You look at the IWM still choppy and sloppy, down 0.38% on the tape. Interesting. Very interesting. 10-year yield still at 0.78, 2-year yield at 0.92. You still have the UVXY up 1.68%. Crude oil still up 1.45. Nvidia, Apple, Google are now green. Netflix performing exceptionally well on the tape today. Boeing down. ITB home builders are still down. How's Lennar doing? Yeah, that was a nice fading opportunity there. NIO trying to bounce a little bit, but holding steady. SPY seeing a little bit of rejection off of its opening range high. If SPY gets above that OR high, it could go back to 646. But if we get rejected here, I still think this cluster of moving averages on the 15-minute chart poses an interesting area for a potential long. So we'll watch that closely. Dixie still being faded a little bit. In terms of your sector performance today, guys, there's some standout sectors in energy. So your S&P 500 sectors. You have your worst performing sector right now is Staples, XLP. So XLP is down 0.92%, near the lows of the tape. Looking at names like Walmart, WMT. Walmart's been under pressure in recent sessions. It's green on the tape today. Let's look at Costco. Costco's at the lows of its chart, down 0.76%. Then you got healthcare today also underperforming. XLV down 0.64%. So you're seeing some distributive properties in that tape. Interesting. Very interesting. Then your second worst performing sector is your utilities, XLU. So XLU is down 0.58%. Then we move along to XLY, the likes of Amazon and Tesla. That's coming under a little bit of pressure. But what I'm seeing here is every sector is red except for XLC communications. So every sector being red, Dow components included, regional banks, retail, everything's red. XLK is catching a bit of a bounce just due to Nvidia trying to bounce, but every sector right now in the S&P 500 is showing distribution signs here on a Monday, a little bit of de-risking ahead of the Nvidia earnings midweek. That's kind of what I'm observing, at least in the near term. But I wouldn't be surprised if this market wants to go a little bit lower. Right now they are firming things up through the big bad Nvidia. They really are. But we'll see what happens here. Alright, IWM getting hit pretty hard right now, guys. IWM is under a lot of pressure. Come on, I'm still writing $5 puts on open. Never trimmed, even though they did briefly go on the money. I am looking for a little bit of a bigger move down on open. Still one of the more extended stocks, and I think that this is potentially a very large liquidity sweep of that high pivot. So right now you're just stopping out a lot of the traders that were short. You still have 13 consecutive green candles, hourly green candles in a row. I mean, simply if we look at some of this reasonable retrace zones. I mean, 476 is your first conservative fib retrace of this entire breakout move. So I'm looking for a kind of a zone into there for first trim on this day trade, okay? IWM still coming in a little bit. SPY right now trying to stabilize and hold, but under a little bit of pressure. Come on, give us a nice little reversal down, open. Take us down. Nat gas is still trying to firm up. IWM catching a bid. Crude oil still up 1.5%. Nat gas stocks are still showing a little bit of strength. SMR turning back to the green side. So SMR doing a little bit of solid work there. GDX is starting to come in a little bit, guys. If you didn't watch my gold analysis, I would highly suggest even looking at the GDX the last couple minutes of the video. There's some very interesting observations in the gold market. Let's look at copper today. Copper is trying to stabilize and bounce just a little bit. Looking at copper equities, SCCO still looking A-OK. FCX looking pretty decent. Open is trying to make another run. Marvell showing a little bit of strength today. That name is trying to hold steady and firm up. It's doing quite well on Marvell. SPY is still trying to bounce just a touch here. Still think we can test 641 on SPY, but Nvidia is trying to hold steady here. Really impressive price action on Nvidia. Open is still hanging on. IWM is trying to catch a bit of a bid. Amazon Meta is still slightly negative, but trying to turn green. Tesla's flipped back to the green side. You have the Qs are trying to go green here. SPY still slightly down. Netflix still ripping. Nat Gas still ripping. Nat Gas now at 0.56%, guys. You better keep your eye on those equities. Bitcoin still down 1.53%. Trying to firm up just a touch. IWM's catching a really big bid here. Ethereum catching a big bid. Natural gas is starting to rip. Looking at UNG. Look at that red to green reversal on UNG. Pretty epic price action. AR trying to break to the high side. EQT is looking very, very strong. RRC still trying to push to the upside. Let's look at OKE. That's seeing a little bit of distribution. DVN. OKE is actually probably an entry down here for a day trade long, but looking pretty decent. Crude oil still consolidating near the highs of its chart. Right now, you still have crude wanting to test the 20-day moving average, in my opinion, which is just slightly higher here on the chart. Actually, we've pierced the 20-day moving average. That's a very bullish sign for crude. Next resistance on the daily is your $65 level, your EMA 113. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving. Intel back up 1.27%. So Intel this morning still doing quite well. It's been choppy, it's been sloppy, but pushing back to the high side. ONDS has been kind of choppy in the overall grand scheme, but that is looking like it's trying to come down a little bit. BMNR, that's firmed up quite nicely. Carvana's tried going green, guys. IWM seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. A really sizable bid on Palantir. Look at that bounce and V-shaped recovery on PLTR. Pretty epic move. NIO back up about 1.6%. Still looking a little bit distributive here. OPAD still a beast to the upside. Look at that move on OPAD. I mean, wow. That is a filthy, filthy move to the upside. You're past that pivot zone. That's crazy. Next little resistance is up into this area. You've blasted through your weekly 50. I mean, 226 is your weekly 50 on this name. What a move. STSS. Wow. Let's look at some of these beverage stocks. So Coca-Cola under pressure. Let's look at Celsius, CELH. That name's been under pressure as well. MNST. Let's look at Monster. Monster's actually firming up, trying to go green here on the tape, but Monster looks like a short into this gap fill. Looks like a bit of a failed breakout on MNST, guys. Does look like a failed breakout. Microsoft just turned green on the tape. So once again, the S&P 500 trying to claw itself back, but seeing some heavy, heavy sell side off of that opening range. So really, really hard selling pressure coming into SPY chart here. Really heavy. I'll make sure I on. Look at that epic rejection. IWM looks like it wants new lows. Come on, open. Give us a move down, open. Give us a move down. I mean, open is so stretched up here. Breaking volatility ranges. Natural gas still trying to push here, guys. Natural gas still pushing quite nicely. Q's tried going positive but got rejected epically. Epic rejection on the QQQ. Nvidia still up 0.6 though. SoFi up 3. Lucid up 2.7. PDD up 1.76. Baba still up 2.21. Baidu's shaking and moving today. BIDU pumping to the high side. 93 up 3.41. Is this the bigger breakout move for Baidu? It's such a beautiful consolidation, stage 1 basing formation on Baidu down here. I mean, if you get a breakout, this stock could run to 115 in pretty quick succession. Pretty quick succession. If this is a true breakout. Alibaba still looking like a ferocious stock here. Inverse head and shoulders has just been getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So a rather large divergence between the IWM and the Qs right now. Qs are trying to go positive here, negating a little bit of this bearish breakdown on the Qs. We'll see if it's a true breakout. But much better price action in the Qs than the S&P and SPY, than the S&P and IWM. So Qs are kind of leading the song and dance today. So definitely watch your QQQ levels because they are leading, and when the tech heavy sectors lead, typically it raises the entire market. But what we have been seeing in recent trading is rather large divergences between each indices, specifically when you look at the IWM and Qs. In recent trading sessions, you've had the IWM outperforming and the Qs getting sold into. There's been very large spreads. So are we going to see the spread between the QQQ and IWM kind of blow out today, where maybe the Qs remain firm and green and IWM small caps go through a bit of distribution? Let's see if that plays out. Or is the Qs just going to be too strong and really lift the whole entire market? RR breaking out. Yeah, funny. I was just looking at that on my other screen here, Sarfrez. RR just popped up. Yep, trying to break out to the upside for sure. That's a flat top ascending triangle breakout on the daily chart. Hasn't confirmed it, but it's looking pretty strong and likely. Intraday, you're breaking out of a higher high zone here. So yeah, I mean, this looks primed and ready for a continuation move to the upside. It looks very, very strong. Very strong. Just trying to see what type of a pattern we can play out here. Wow, yeah, RR can push on the weekly chart all the way up to about 67, 68 bucks. Looking pretty good. It is looking really, really good. IWM catching a nice sizable bid. QQQ trying to push a little bit higher. Apple's doing well on the tape. Qs are looking to go green for the first time on the session. Yeah, if you want to play some upside calls on this RR, I mean, I have no problem with that. $65 calls. Just keep your position management and maybe put a stop loss kind of below this red bar reversal down. But it looks, actually, there's not even any options on RR. Oh no, I'm on the wrong one. RRRR. Okay. RRR. There we go. Wrong ticker. Like September 19th, $65 calls are cheap. The problem right now is the spread is too wide. It's about a 100% spread, which is telling me that they're probably going to try to pump this name to the upside. But if you find a strike zone on RR, I mean, September's your first little area. $60, that's still a wide spread on RR. $60 calls are about a dollar spread from 2 on the bid to 3 on the ask. That's way too much of a spread to kind of get long. The $65 calls are even worse, 100% spread. That is filthy on RR. I mean, what are the $70 calls saying here? 70s, there is no bid right now. Oh, that's crazy. What about October? If we go a little bit farther out, $64 calls for October. $64 calls for October on RR aren't bad. Less of a spread there. It's about a 30-cent spread. So not looking too bad there. They're about $1.40 on the bid, $1.70 on the ask. So, and that gives you quite a bit of time. Not a bad setup there, RR. Interesting. Really interesting. Up 12% today. You're getting almost this golden cross on the daily chart. Interesting. Yeah, chart pattern looks pretty good. Open still pushing. Still have S&P 500 chopping inside of its opening range. S&P getting hit pretty hard there. S&P 500 starting to come in. Still riding this open short, looking for a little bit more downside. Come on. Nvidia's got a little bit of distribution right at its prior day. VIX is getting slightly faded. Natural gas, guys, now up 1%, almost 1% on the tape, guys. Natural gas is making a beautiful red to green reversal. Stunning, stunning move to the upside. Look at that epic green candle reversal. Looking like nat gas equities could catch a continuation bid. SMR looking quite well. URA still seeing some strength. Oklo still under a little bit of pressure today. Interesting. Very, very interesting. SPY still seeing some distribution. QQQ, a little bit of distribution. IWM still trying to come lower. Come on, open. Give us a big decline. Ethereum seeing some top wick distribution. Palantir back down 3%. IWM curling back lower, guys. It looks like IWM wants to go a little bit lower. Come on, give us a new low of day, Russell. Give us a new low of day. Dixie's still shaking and moving. Gold is flat. Natural gas is soaring here, guys. It is absolutely ripping to the upside. Better keep your eye on some of these nat gas equities, guys. They're still kind of lagging a little bit, but I do think that they're going to make a pretty decent push to the upside, especially if nat gas pushes. I'm surprised OKE not really doing too well there. Let's look at Coterra Energy. Yeah, look at that nice little bull flag on Coterra. It's still negative. Tempting to buy down here. Very, very tempting. That's a very constructive bull flag. It looks like CTRA is going to push for this gap fill today, guys. Five's still getting heavy here. IWM still looking pretty heavy. Nat gas is still soaring and roaring to the upside. We are seeing remarkable strength hitting nat gas. Roblox is soaring. That's up 7% on the tape. S&P 500 still a little bit weaker. The Qs are trying to hold it up though. Trying to hold it up ever so slightly. We did enter a new position today. I sent out the alert to the options trading group. All right, so markets are just in a holding pattern. This is kind of what I was worried about with the major indices is do they just keep us pinned here until Wednesday? Do they just keep us pinned here until Wednesday? There's certainly a fat chance of that happening. Palantir still struggling on the chart. Nat gas still staying firm. SMR doing quite well. ETH is still trying to bounce off of its 7-day moving average. I still think ETH is probably due for a little bit more choppy price action. Look at Open. Open is spiking for another high of day here. Trying to push higher on the tape. Ram saying 650 on the cars for SPY, maybe after NVIDIA earnings. Yeah, I mean, if NVIDIA has a blockbuster report and has a good reaction, you're definitely going to be higher in the S&P 500 and the Qs. It is the backbone. You can't fight a $4 trillion stock these days. It's just too saturated. I mean, just to put this into perspective, I was reading over the weekend. So the Nikkei, the Japanese stock market, is the second largest stock market in the world behind the US. And the Nikkei is smaller than Nvidia's market cap. So the second largest stock market in the world in Japan, but yet Nvidia is bigger. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. It's remarkable, actually. Some would say it's a bubble, others wouldn't. But yeah, I mean, I got on SPX, I still have an upside target of 65.82. That's based off of this inverse head and shoulders pattern. IWM catching a nice bid here. Open pushing to the high side yet again. Monster move. Another big push to the upside for open. IWM still pinned in a range. Same thing with SPY. SPY's just pinned in a range. Natural gas trying to push a little bit more. And still looking pretty constructive as if it's trying to push a little bit higher. Open still making a pretty epic move to the upside right now. SPY trying to push. Big push on the S&P 500 here. Open is squeezing, market is trying to push to the upside. A little bit more of a buy the dip presence coming into the market. Still seeing the markets trying to grind higher. Nvidia is still trying to push higher. The QQQ leading this song and dance a little bit more now. Qs are trying to turn green. Markets are pushing. Nvidia catching a really big bid. IWM trying to firm up. Still seeing some strength hitting this tape. QQQ still trying to push. All right, Nvidia is still near the highs of its session, up 0.86%, trying to push. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. A little bit heavier. IWM still stuck in a range. SPY still stuck in a range. All right, so SPY's still just stuck in a choppy range, guys. This is why we're not trading the main indice on the day trading side. Tesla's turned back to the green side with the QQQ leading the charge to the upside right now. Palantir still down 2.5, opens up 8.5. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. Nvidia's got some top wicks. SPY looking to retest that opening range low. Open is squeezing. So QQQ tried going green there, getting rejected. IWM getting rejected. Crude oil still pumping. Dixie yields still strong. VIX still slightly green. Open is just a monster. Squeezing here on the hourly chart. You now have 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this move on open. That is a filthy beast. SPY getting heavy here. This reminds me of that IWM where it went an epic amount of green candles in a row, and then the following day it just had this nasty gap down. So this is what open is reminding me of right now. Remember that IWM, what was it, over here? This is what open is reminding me of, this kind of move that occurred here. And then the following day, bang, just a big nasty gap down for the Russell. That was a 2.4% drop. So let's just see. So that was a retrace back to almost the 50% retrace fib zone. So if open was to do the same thing, even if it holds steady, it could gap down tomorrow into this 460 to 431 zone. We'll see if that wants to happen. Or it sees reversal if the markets are weaker today. But so far it's holding quite resilient at the moment. IWM getting a little bit heavier here. S&P 500 still trading inside of this range. can see on the weekly chart, open has really swept some interesting pivots. Sweeping that high pivot from July 2023. Next one is all the way up at 631. Very cool. Very cool squeeze. IWM still curling, S&P holding steady, Nat Gas holding steady. Nat Gas still trying to push. Nvidia is catching another bid. Dixie's trying to curl to the upside. Gold still staying strong. GDX has slightly faded from the highs pretty much all morning. They are selling the GDX. A lot of extended stocks in the mining sector right now. Newmont Mining, very, very extended. Barrick Gold has been, look at Barrick Gold. What a remarkable rally in ticker B. Momentum is up, but due for a little bit of backing and filling. See what silver again. Silver's trying to make a bit of a recovery here. Let's look at the commodity basket. So you're seeing this DBC basket squeezing to the upside as well. So commodities are going through potentially a little bit more of a reflationary trade, which is kind of interesting because we're supposed to be in a cutting cycle, which is supposed to be disinflationary. But look at DBC bouncing off of your weekly chart. This is a commodity ETF. I think it comprises about 20 different commodities: gold, silver, uranium, natural gas, oil, wheat, coffee, cocoa, I think. So it has a lot. But bouncing nicely off of your weekly chart, EMA 113. Recapturing all of your key daily chart moving averages. So why commodities are looking a little bit stronger here. That's for sure. Alright, QQQ is back to the green side, guys. Qs are green. IWM SPY are still lagging. But Qs are green. Look at open going. My oh my. What a beast. Natural gas still acting quite well. Marvell's doing well. SOX is green. BBAI struggling. Nvidia just gave us a new high of day. Meta trying to turn green. Tesla's looking better. Microsoft green. Google's ripping today. Google's your stronger mag name. See, the S&P still just stuck in this tight little range. Hasn't broken out of its opening range yet, despite the strength in the NASDAQ and Qs. S&P just holding in this tight range. Roblox still up 8%. Baidu still squeezing. Apple up 0.57%. Natural gas coming in a touch here, guys. SPY still stuck at that OR high, guys. So no definitive breakout yet on the S&P. QQQ back to the negative side. So Qs are getting slightly rejected off of that positive price action. Still looking okay. IWM looking a little bit weaker here. Natural gas coming in a touch. IWM is getting more heavy here, guys. So the Russell's starting to come in a little bit more. Russell has achieved upside price targets and requires quite a bit of backing and filling, in my opinion. Requires quite a bit of backing and filling on the IWM. This is a really big move for the IWM to digest. I could see us retesting this 231.52, kind of a cluster of a fib level, previous pivot high, gap fill zone that we just blasted through. So I think there's going to be some liquidity to grab back down here on the IWM. We'll see what happens. We are seeing the Dixie guys trying to catch another little bid here. So US dollars trying to almost trigger a potential breakout of its opening range. So notice that the DXY is breaking out of its OR high and the S&P 500 is kind of getting rejected still off of its OR high. So if the Dixie continues to hold some strength here and presses higher, I do suspect that S&P is probably going to get rejected here. Obviously, it's got the backdrop of mega cap tech kind of firming things up. You can see mega cap tech's almost into this upsloping trend line of resistance. So I'm watching that Dixie very, very closely because it's looking much, much better here intraday. Simultaneously, you do have crude oil yet again trying to push to the upside, looking like potentially setting up a three bar surge on the hourly chart for crude. It's a little extended intraday, but considering it's so depressed on your daily chart, it's looking pretty decent for a continuation move to the upside. I'm still seeing some pretty bullish flow into XLE and energy stocks. You're seeing nat gas strong, you're seeing uranium strong. So the whole entire commodity complex that really hinders the S&P 500 is trying to push to the upside here. So again, keep a watch of that Dixie and keep watch of SPY because right now the Dixie and SPY are showing at least me some high correlation. You know, look, Dixie's trying to press SPY coming in a little bit. So there's definitely some correlation occurring. And the Dixie's looking a little bit more firm. Doesn't mean they can't push the market higher, but at least in the near term, the dollar's trying to firm up a little bit. We'll see if that wants to hold steady. Crude oil still pushing a little bit higher. Flagging on the 10-minute chart for crude. It's looking pretty good. Push on the DXY, guys. A really big push. Big push on the US dollar here. Watch S&P. IWM is reacting to the dollar push. IWM getting hit pretty hard here. Crude oil continuing to surge a little bit. Nat gas just printed a new high of day, up 1.2% on the tape. Look at the dollar going for another new high of day breakout. I'm surprised the S&P 500 hasn't reacted, but the dollar's trying to push here. Dollar's getting rejected pretty firmly there off of its pre-market high. SPY acting well. Crude oil has a little bit of top wick price action. Open going for another new high. Natural gas still trending. QQQ up 0.08%. Look at Nvidia, guys. Nvidia is putting the market on its back right now. Nvidia is still looking phenomenally strong, squeezing to the upside. So that is why the QQQ and S&P are holding quite steady. QQQ did tag some upper boundary resistance. Apple still staying fairly muted here. Google still near the highs of its tape. Tesla right now is coming in just a touch here. AMD is not participating as much as Nvidia is pushing here. Intel pushing here. Amazon's also pushing near the highs of the tape, but QQQ is into a little bit of resistance here. We'll see if it wants to get through this channel and trigger a potential 15-minute bull flag pattern. Now gas still pushing, crude still pushing. You have all your mega caps green. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta, and Tesla are all green on the tape with the Qs. S&P and Russell are still lagging. So interestingly, like I was discussing that divergence, Qs are pushing, IWM falling. So are we entering a scenario where people are going to dump the more speculative assets and flood back into your tech-heavy sector ahead of Nvidia earnings? Perhaps. We'll see what happens here with the Russell. US dollar index getting rejected off of pre-market high. QQQ still trying to surge a little bit here. So we do have the dollar index continuing to try to push after getting rejected here at pre-market heights, retesting that area. So it's likely going to get through there. We should see a little bit more weakness creep into SPY. Right now you're seeing that big divergence playing out. Russell trying to break that opening range low to the downside. Your Dixie is squeezing here, guys. So watch for weakness in the S&P and Qs. I think we could see a bit of a sell program come into your S&P 500 here, especially if the Dixie gets through this pre-market high. Crude oil is still strong. Nat gas still pushing. Nice move on NTLA today. Let's take a peek at NTLA. Yeah, very strong move, up 9.23%. Yeah, looking like it's setting up for a 3-bar surge on your daily chart, back above your 20 moving average. Yeah, that is a good move for sure. Really good move. Interesting. Yeah, that is a very good move. If it holds the majority of these gains, then it's setting up for a continuation move higher. So it's looking like a nice high probable swing trade opportunity. Let me look at the monthly chart here. Yeah, look at your monthly chart pattern. You're recapturing these pivots after doing a pretty low, large liquidity sweep. So as long as you maintain structure above this previous little pivot zone, this stock should start to run. You recaptured your monthly, your 7-month moving average. Next stop, over a 3 to 6 month period is your monthly 20 moving average. Right now that's sitting at 1675. All right, big push on the US dollar index here, guys. A really, really big push is occurring. Again, just be careful if you're long S&P. I think that we could see a little bit more profit taking. Hit the tape in this name. Open is seeing a little bit of a reversal at the highs there, so a pretty hard 10-minute down candle. Again, on open, you still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 consecutive green candles on the hourly chart. Pretty impressive. Very impressive. Ram saying SPY 647.30 looks like a very good zone to short later if they reach that. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty high up there on the chart. I would short it up there for sure. Very high on the chart. And again, you did sweep the high on Friday, failed to close on really any sort of time frame. So maybe SPY wants to go for another all-time high test. We'll see if that wants to happen. Nvidia is still strong at the highs of its tape, up 1.58%. Nvidia is a monster today. Absolutely on steroids, beasting to the upside ahead of its earnings. Nat gas still pushing. IWM is now breaking structure here, guys. So IWM is looking like a continuation short into the ground. IWM is going to give us a new low of day. Look at that. We're breaking that opening range low on your 10-minute chart. We're below 233.67. Dixie's going for a new high of day. Let the squeeze begin. SPY right now still hanging on. Seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Qs are the only thing positive right now. Mega cap tech strength. Crude oil just printed a new high of day. Natural gas is looking to print a new high of day. You're getting some top wick buy orders, trying to press it. Bitcoin still holding above 112, down 1% on the tape. Roblox still up 8. Ethereum still down 2.85. IWM is getting heavier here, guys. Really, really heavy price action in the Russell. Come on down, IWM. Come on down. 5-minute chart support lies here at 232.71. Russell's getting heavier. S&P 500 still holding. Meta gone back to the negative side. Tesla up 0.5%. CTRA trying to give us a new high of day, working itself into that $24 gap. Very good price action on CTRA, breaking out of a bull flag pattern on your 20-minute chart here. Also on the hourly chart. A little bit of top wick distribution in SPY. SPY's into an aggressive short zone. You can use the high pivot as your stop loss if you're wanting to short SPY. Very tight stop. So again, if you're wanting to short SPY here, it's aggressive. You could easily get stopped out, but there's a small amount of risk here if you use this high pivot as your stop loss. Short trade on SPY could work out. Alright guys, I'm in a SPY 644 put. I'm looking at taking an entry. I want to see if it gives us one more sweep or kind of into a double top here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to enter SPY 644 puts at a sweep of this high. Alright, I just entered there, guys. It's a high risk trade. My stop loss is going to be a 5-minute close above this 645, but I am in SPY puts 644. Actually, we'll do a tighter stop, 2-minute close. Dixie's softening. Nvidia is still beasting. Again, I'm keeping a very short leash on this 0DTE. Very short leash. 3-minute close would be the best. Nvidia is still pushing new high of day, so that's helping the market. IWM still getting rejected off its opening range low. Looking for a retest of this OR high. Come on, back test it. Technically, the markets have made a bullish breakout on SPY using this opening range strategy. The markets have made a bullish move. Dixie still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Rams up 160% on his NVIDIA long-term comments. Nice job. Crude oil taking a bit of a breather, which is why the Dixie's taking a breather. Nat gas taking a little bit of a breather. Ethereum down 3%, so ETH is still struggling. IWM is still trying to hang on to that opening range low. Still struggling though. S&P seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. They are trying to take SPY green here. Looks like NVIDIA is still remarkably strong. Remarkably strong. You'll give the NVIDIA comments to my daughter. She's 6 now. Nice. That's a good gift. Very, very nice. Alright, so we're very close to getting stopped out here on this, or I'm very close to getting stopped out. Another 2-minute candle. We're still living to fight another day. Volume's pretty thin today. What are we, 11:30? Let's just do a volume check on the S&P 500. Can't even see it. Yeah, volume's thin today. Very thin on the major markets. IWM's trying to firm up now. Off of the lows. NVIDIA is still holding steady. Apple, Google's pushing still. Google's been a strong horse throughout the entire session. Epic reversal. You can see the Qs are trying to break out of this channel. Is it a liquidity grab or is it a meaningful breakout? S&P's still hanging in here. Still hanging in on the S&P. Some top wick distribution on IWM. Bitcoin's still trying to push a little higher here. SPY and Qs are still staying firm. Dixie's trying to make a small push. Come on, SPY. Give us a little pullback back to opening range high. If we get a pullback back to this OR high, I'll look to trim half of the put options and move stop loss to break even. Still keeping a very tight stop loss on this trade. on that 2-minute closing basis. Nvidia is still pushing for new highs, which is troublesome price action for a short trade. Again, this is a very aggressive short trade. It's not the most ideal level, but there's certainly some things I'm seeing here just from a scalping standpoint. But if we get through this area, SPY is going to make a pretty strong move into its gap fill, which would take it obviously positive on the session. Open still up 11.98. That RRR, Red Rock, up 0.91%, pushing 62 bucks. SPY still seeing some buying pressure. Rams in 646.65. Puts for Friday. London just got the close at 11:30. Nvidia printed a new high there. IWM's curling slightly down. Meta's gone back to the negative side. All right, a little bit more distribution. Come on down. Come on down, SPY. Our SPY puts are starting to wake up here. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Dixie trying to press for new highs. Nvidia is just a monster, keeping this market from really dipping. Look at Nvidia squeezing. Wow. What a beast. What a beast. QQQ still staying firm. IWM weak on the tape, but Nvidia is the market leader right now, pushing to the high side, up 2.03% right now on Nvidia. Wow, what a squeeze. That's what's keeping this market really elevated here. It seems like Nvidia's going through a bit of a black hole phase, just sucking up all of the liquidity. Nvidia is a black hole, a multi-trillion-dollar, what is it, over 4.2 trillion black hole. Just eating everyone's lunch right now. It's hungry today. Nvidia is hungry today. So Nvidia is the market right now. You got to use this as a barometer. There's a lot of selling happening under the hood. Dixie's still trying to break out to the high side and pushing higher. Nat gas still strong, oil still strong, VIX is now flat. Ethereum looking a little bit weaker. But we gotta watch this big bad behemoth Nvidia. Look at Nvidia go. What a beast. What a beast. SPY seeing a little bit of distribution. PLTR trying to work itself back into that gap. This is a bit of a short scalp zone as well. Using a stop loss kind of around this 157 pivot. Come on, SPY puts. Take us. Pay us. We just need Nvidia to give up some of these goods here. But it's just staying remarkable. IWM retesting its OR low. Crude oil, new high of day. Dixie holding above 98. Come on, get these 644s down. Here we go. Nice decline. Starting to hit the tape on the S&P 500. But I want more. A little micro head and shoulders on the SPY 1 minute chart. It's a micro pattern that is trying to unfold here. Micro pattern takes us back to that EMA 113 around 644.50. SPY right back up though. Yeah, I know. It's crazy the amount of millionaires that are involved in the Nvidia company, right? Just because of the sheer stock rise and the amount of compensation that employees have received through share packages. Would have been a gift. All right, guys, crude oil spiking. This is a problem for the market. Crude oil yet again making a high spike. Look at that 1 minute breakout on crude, 2 minute breakout. This is going to hurt the S&P 500, guys. Crude really spiking. It's causing the Dixie. There goes SPY. This is what I was saying. Crude spiking is a problem for the equity markets. Dixie just spiked higher, made a new high of day. So crude is really looking a little bit more firm here. Nvidia finally seeing some top wick distribution. But that crude oil market is really putting a dampen on the S&P party. You can see the Dixie spiking to a new high, just simultaneously moving with crude. All right, puts are waking up here. Come on, 644 puts. Pay us. Come on, give us more. Give us more. Big spike on crude, pushing our puts in more profit here. Nvidia's finally got a bit of a top wick distribution, which Nvidia could come in quite sharply. I mean, just simply look at this rally that Nvidia's had, red to green reversal. You know, we should get a retest of this 180 previous consolidation zone. But the Dixie is still trying to push on the back of crude spiking here, guys. So US dollar still at the highs. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more, SPY. Dixie's still acting quite well. Crude oil still trying to press a little bit higher here. That was an epic little breakout on crude. Nice bull flag. Dixie new high. Nvidia's trying to bounce. SPY's trying to bounce. Come on a little bit lower, S&P, a little bit lower. So this is why the markets had that nice dump. Pretty much an inverse correlation. Crude and the Dixie are moving in synonymous price action together. SPY's trading a little bit of it on its own right now, getting a nice bid from tech again. IWM's not really performing here, guys, so IWM's continuing to drip a little bit lower. Looking like a bit of a lowercase h pattern, bear flag on the Russell 2000. This pattern does look like it's going to give us some new lows on the session today. And you can see that the downside potential for the Russell based off of this bearish pattern, you have some levels, but that's your bear TP. Look at the Russell melting here. SPY melting heavy. That IWM is getting much heavier here. SPY is still trying to hold that 1 minute chart support. IWM is really taking on the chin. Crude oil still staying firm. Can it get back above 65 bucks today on crude? Dixie still pushing new highs. A little bit of a breather on the Dixie. Crude oil still trying to spike. Nvidia is still holding 181.27. The strong horse. Microsoft just flipped negative. Meta and Microsoft are your negative mega caps. JP Morgan negative. Tesla's surging up 1.43% on Tessie. Look at that monster push. Big push to the high side on Tesla today. Very, very impressive price action. The dollar index is still trying to push. Nvidia is trying to go for another push here. Dollar's still pumping. Alright, so you have the IWM continuing to drip lower here. Really large divergence between tech and small caps today. Very large divergence. Dixie and crude oil are still pushing here. Could see the Russell break down here. Looks like the Russell is going to print a new low of day. SPY is still a little bit weak. Russell's still fairly weak. S&P coming through another little wave of selling. SPY 644.10 popped, point of control. Yeah, so I'm using a little bit of a farther POC zone, volume shelf zone. But I could see SPY on worst case scenario today retesting a value area high, which is sitting at 640.20. POC that I'm using is a little bit of a larger time frame. Mine's at 635, but good to know yours at 644.10. So that's just shy of our 644 puts getting in the money. Look at SPY dumping here. Nice little bit of a decline. We are printing on our SPY puts, guys. This was a nice trade that we entered. Nice trade that were entered. Come on, give us one more flush. Let's see if we bounce off of Ram's POC. 644.10 is on watch. 644.10. Let me know if that gets updated, Ram. But 644.10 is right in here. So we'll see. The Russell's continuing to see a decline. Wow, the US dollar index, guys. That is starting to scream higher. It's probably also going to send gold negative. So you've had GDX take a really decent decline here, almost going negative. Gold is probably going to follow suit here with this dollar increase. I mean, look at this dollar going. Ripping to the upside. That is a filthy, filthy move in the US dollar. So you have a dollar breakout bull flag. You have an IWM lowercase bear flag H pattern. Nvidia is seeing a little bit more top wick distribution. Crude oil now up 2%. Nat gas up 0.7. SPY, IWM negative. Qs are still holding on. Come on, pay us on our puts. Let us go a little bit lower on SPY. Come on. Take us down. Take us down. Nat gas seeing some softening in price. SPY still being defended. Big bounce on SPY. Bouncing off that 1 minute chart support. 10 minute chart support as well. Still haven't had an official back test of our opening range. Opening range highs around 644.37. Kind of our wedge pattern breakout on the session is here. This is where SPY was wedging. So look at that confluence of trend lines. Isn't that pretty cool, Rams? So Rams POC point of control 644.10. You have your downsloping wedge pattern breakout trend line as well as your upsloping wedge pattern break, all confluencing in that 644.10 area. Pretty crazy. Come on, you got to retest that zone. That'd be really cool if we did. Dixie softening a little bit. Crude oil still at the highs. Bitcoin still down 1%. Baidu up 3. Baba up 2. Carvana up 1%. Hims is down 3.2. Marvell up 0.6. Open still up 15%. Beasting on open. Trying to go eat some lunch and now SPY's getting interesting here. A big push on SPY, seeing a really sizable bid. IWM still going lower. IWM is about to take out the lows, guys. New low of day for the Russell 2000. New low of day. New low for IWM. Let's go, Russell. Decline it. Drop small caps down. Come on. Drop it down. IWM now down 0.6. Dixie's going for another high push, guys. US dollar still trying to muster and show its strength. It's at a little bit of resistance here, but trying to bust through. I suspect the Dixie's going to make a push for 98.10 here, but seeing a little bit of top wick distribution on the dollar. Crude oil is still hanging on up over 2%. Let's see what else we've got on the tape here. The 2-year yield now up 1%, guys. Oh yeah, we did have home sales. I forgot to look at that, but new home sales came in at 652,000 versus the 635 consensus. So it was a beat on the new home sales. And at 11:30, we did have a 3-month and 6-month bill auction, 4.1% and 3.91% respectively. So the next real data point is Fed Logan speaking at 3:15 p.m. But other than that, look at this Dixie. Still ripping. Still ripping, guys. Wow. Monster surge in the US dollar. IWM is breaking and triggering its bearish pattern. Come on. Give us a bigger decline, S&P. Give us a bigger decline. So S&P never officially went positive. If the Qs start to go back to the negative side, we could be in for some tumultuous price action into the end of the session. Like I said, they pumped up Nvidia, disguising a lot of selling in this market, and it's all been flowing into Nvidia. But when you look at the broad market, so to speak, all your S&P 500 sectors, majority of the market is negative. You just have a handful of mega cap tech strength disguising a lot of the selling. You have the Dixie breaking out. Commodities are breaking out. Commodities are going through a little bit more of a reflationary trade as of today, with crude leading the charge up 2%, nat gas up 0.7. Yields are pushing a little bit higher, which is why the IWM is reacting pretty poorly right now. SPY still trying to hold on to that 2-minute EMA 113. Come on, give us a breakdown, SPY. Nvidia is just a behemoth holding these indices up. Still have XRT down 0.45%, KRE down 0.59%, materials XLB down 0.65%. That's kind of interesting that materials are down when the housing data that we got today was strong across the board. Communications sector XLC up 0.36%, up because Google's up 1.51%. Energy is negative XLE despite the strength in crude oil and nat gas, kind of an arbitrage divergence there. XLF down 0.62, industrials down 0.53. XLK is strong, that's up 0.34% on the tape. You have XLP, staples down 1.37. Real estate down 0.64, utilities are down 0.83. And healthcare down 1.13. Consumer discretionary XLY, Tesla and Amazon holding up the sector right now, just flat on the tape. Okay, Nvidia going for another little push. Dixie softening just a touch here on the 10-minute chart. Meanwhile, the divergence between the Russell and the Qs are getting larger and larger. Like I said in the morning, breaking that opening range. Let's see if they want to chop this IWM lower. Crude oil taking a bit of a breather. VIX has caught a minor little bid. S&P still trying to push higher on the tape. Look at the big pump on the SPY chart. Getting a really big bounce, 2-minute bounce, pretty much negating all the selling that we just saw. Very, very impressive. Look at the SPY charging for positive price, guys. What a remarkable bounce on the S&P 500. Nvidia is the culprit once again, pushing to the upside, going for another new high of day on NVDA. Dixie just printed another new high of day. I'm surprised the S&P is holding this firm, but it just seems that money is getting pumped into your behemoth here. Let's look at Apple. Apple's trying to push. Google's still holding quite firm on the tape. Amazon's still holding decently firm. Tesla, look at Tesla flying to the high side, up 1.68% on the tape. AMD's really, really struggling here. Microsoft is flirting from negative to positive, but looking a little bit better here. Wow, the dollar index is just roaring here, guys. Look at this move on the Dixie. That is a crazy, crazy surge on the US dollar index. Watch gold. Gold isn't really reacting yet. Bitcoin's starting to react negatively. Microsoft back to the negative. Crypto's certainly seeing some distribution. Ethereum under pressure from this Dixie move. But the dollar is just roaring to the upside, and SPY is like, oh, we don't care about the dollar. That thing can keep trending and will keep the markets firm. And this is a lighter volume day for the major indices, which is why I think SPY is staying somewhat elevated here. Much, much lighter volume session for the S&P 500. Gold right now not really reacting either to the US dollar, but I do think it will. Let's look at GDX. GDX surprisingly trading with the market and trying to firm up here. Wow, what an impressive move on that US dollar. IWM still at the lows of the tape, catching a bit of a 5-minute chart bounce. SPY still trying to potentially bounce here. Is this going to be SPY's lower high, or are we going to get a higher high? We will certainly find out. Nvidia still acting decently well. We're still seeing the S&P trending here, going for another higher high potential push. Nvidia looking strong. Dixie taking a little bit of a breather. All right, make sure you monitor your puts here because SPY is trying to break out. I'm going for that stop loss zone. SPY is going for that stop loss zone. NVIDIA trying to push yet again. Dixie softening a little bit here. Let's look at the IWM. IWM still seeing a little bit of distribution here. Definitely weaker on the tape. So SPY never officially tagged that 2-minute close, but it's still trying to act well off of this zone. Excuse me. Nat gas coming in. NVIDIA just printed new high of day. Is looking a little bit structurally more bullish, trying to press here. Dixie and crude are still strong on the session, but be very careful with your puts. SPY going for that higher high close. A little bit of top wick distribution on SPY again. Ethereum looking really heavy here. It's had about an hour and a half of selling the ETH chart. So it's really going through its distribution process. Looks like ETH wants a potential new low of day. BMNR. That's still holding steady. You can see the resistance here on SPY. Top wick distribution, struggling to get a 2-minute close above that stop loss area. It's tried now once here, twice, three times, four times to get that 2-minute close. And what I'm seeing here is SPY's failing to close with a bit of a higher high. So it needs to kind of get to higher high here before it runs the risk of falling a little bit lower here. But still holding quite well in this region. But there's definitely some selling occurring here. We'll see if it can finally get a 2-minute close above the stop for now. Hasn't given us that higher high close yet. GDX is coming in a little bit. Viking Therapeutics making a nice bid. Nat Gas is coming in a little bit harder. Intel still up 1, NIO down 0.63, Open still up 13.97, RR up 19.8, AAL down 3.95. So airlines are really taking it on the chin today. Why? Higher input cost. Jets ETF under a lot of pressure today. Let's look at UPS. Yeah, UPS down again on the tape. This one's interesting. I hope this bear flag triggers. I'd love to buy UPS down below 80 bucks. FedEx. FedEx is acting okay. IWM near the lows again. Near the lows for the Russell. Take us downtown, IWM. SPY does look like it's going to get a push here through. There's a 2-minute candle spiking to the upside here. Looking like they're going to take it positive. Still about a minute left in this candle. It is looking a little bit more positive for SPY. IWM's bouncing. Interestingly though, the Dixie is still trying to press here. Crude oil still acting quite well. They're trying to defend IWM's opening range, so still no close there on the 2-minute chart yet. It's looking like it's trying though. Certainly trying on SPY. Turning to be a pretty big resistance, the 645 wall. That's a nasty rejection. Attempt at busting through there. Failing to do so. We're still living to fight another day. 2-minute close has not occurred. Look at that nasty decline on the S&P 500 right off of that stop loss zone. It is really struggling. Really struggling. That's crazy. Looked like it was going and it kind of failed there. In the near term, we'll see if it translates into anything. Palantir is still down 1.2%, but significantly off the lows. AAL getting absolutely clobbered. Nvidia curling slightly lower. Point of control went to 644.30. Thank you, Ram. Yeah, it's kind of in line with your OR high. Ethereum still struggling, down 3%. Dixie still holding the majority of its gains. Pixie just printed a new high of day, guys. Dollar just printed a new high of day. IWM looking like it's going for new lows. SPY still hanging in there. IWM new low of day. Going lower. SPY getting heavier here. Really decent downward sell candle there on the S&P. What's going on here? Sorry guys, my charts froze a little bit. Yikes. Sorry guys, my charts just froze. I might have to restart my system here. What's going on? Sorry, my chart was acting up a little bit there. I don't know if there was a Wi-Fi little outage there, but seems like we're back. Look at SoFi, what a beast. Printing to the upside again. ELTR making another move higher here. Nvidia is softening, so now you're getting a little bit more participation out of the broad market. Nvidia coming in, interestingly, it's not affecting SPY yet. Alright guys, crude oil is continuously trying to spike here to the upside. What an epic move in crude. Pushing. It's probably going to push the Dixie up as well, so just be cautious about that. That is a monster move. So we are seeing two potential patterns on SPY. There's a 5-minute head and shoulders trying to trigger on S&P, but simultaneously there's also a potential 10-minute inverse head and shoulders. So we're still technically being defended at support. We've lost opening range high. Markets are putting in a little bit of some lower highs intraday. But we're kind of on a knife edge here. If SPY triggers this head and shoulders, we have a bearish target around 643 Pierce. But obviously, if we float back to the top of this wedge and break out of the neckline, then we have a bullish target of 647. We're obviously closer to the bearish target, so probabilities are dictating we're likely going to go there. But nevertheless, we are still holding kind of technical support here. Open, that had a nice dump, looking like a bit of a bearish reversal. Potential daily topping tail starting to form on OPEN. I still think that there's more downside. This little head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart that absolutely had a knife on the neck down, wicked all the way down to 464. Downside target takes us to about 448, and that could play out today. Even past that 448 level, I still think that this stock can come in pretty sharply. But we'll just have to see which way the market wants to go. Crude oil has taken a bit of a breather, but the Dixie really hasn't taken a breather. Look at this dollar chart, guys. Basically, remember that whole entire Federal Reserve rally? Or sorry, Jackson Hole rally? Well, it looks like the dollar's trying to recapture that whole entire rally. So I still think that this strength in the dollar is going to result in much more downside for the equity markets. It's certainly shaping up that way. Gold, surprisingly, hasn't really reacted yet. It's still slightly green, but I think that's probably going to come in eventually. You're still seeing the QQQ holding much more steady than the S&P 500. So we'll certainly just have to wait and see what wants to transpire here. But our open $5 puts are now in the money. We'll see what happens if we get more downside. But it's been just dripping lower while the Dixie's continuing to press to the upside here. It's pretty impressive. Nvidia remaining firm, that's trying to push to the upside. Yields have softened a little bit. QQQ still slightly green, but starting to stair step its way down a little bit. Nat gas. Brent briefly negative, now catching a nice bid. So we have taken a few new trades today. One new position in the long-term investing portfolio. And then we've taken 4 new options trades today. That's in the options alert group, so. So SPY is certainly looking a little bit heavier here, guys. So again, two patterns are at play. We're trying to hold that 5-minute EMA, but that Dixie is just too strong right now. Just absolutely trending and overbought intraday, but barely overbought on the daily chart or longer time frames. Again, you are seeing some liquidity coming out of this market. Open's a prime example of a red to green reversal. NEO is another prime example of a red to green reversal, gapping and cracking. We'll see if PLTR wants to give up any of its goods. Tesla's managing to hold quite steady at the highs here. Super impressive. Come on, Open, give us the next leg down. Give us the next leg down, Open. But that Dixie's quite a machine right now. Quite a machine. Nat gas still trying to trend. SPY looking a little bit heavy with it. Nvidia though looking quite decent. Wow, that US dollar, that's pretty crazy. I'm surprised it hasn't resulted in a bigger sell. Ethereum is getting wrecked right now, so ETH is certainly under pressure near the lows of the tape. Still holding above your 7-day moving average though. And we're still squeezing on the Dixie. Huge, huge move. So if open was up at the high, 17% on the high side. If it were to go down 17% today, that would take it roughly to about $4.10 would be the measured symmetrical move down today. Nat gas continuing to pump. S&P just sitting right on that little neckline zone.